Swami Pinami Nama Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanami Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna. All done? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that ecstatic Kirtan Shamasundari and family. Excellent. Nandini, Brian Lal Prabhu, thank you so much for that nice beginning for this evening program. So once again, I welcome everyone on behalf of ISKCON Manchester. We welcome everyone for this evening program. So everybody would like to have a program on the eve of New Year. Every year, ISKCON Manchester would do a nice New Year Eve program. I remember many times our dear Ramlal Prabhu, and he would request everyone to come to city center, to go to city center and do a wonderful kirtan. But this year we are completely in a different situation. Not just us, but whole world is in a different situation. And we have at ISKCON Manchester, we have decided to organize this a small event with lots of kirtan and some Krishna Katha, and there will be a quiz as well for everyone's pleasure, and some kind of drama. Our drama director Radha Vinod Prabhu has planned something, and we have to see how it goes. So that will be the program for tonight. Please do stay with us. Let us celebrate this occasion in the association of devotees by hearing, by chanting. That is the best way to do this. So the next part of the program is the class and some message on the occasion of this New Year Eve. So it is I've been given that service, so let's do that for next 1 hour or so. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kathamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavam Cha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha Krupa Sindhubhya evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindha. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So Hare Krishna, everyone. Once again, welcome. We welcome to this evening program, and I would like to take the blessings of senior Vaishnavas, especially His Holiness Dhanand Swami Maharaj. So I may speak something that makes sense tonight. So Hare Krishna. So here we are, a virtual gathering. Of course, this is not new, isn't it? For us, we are very much used to having these virtual gatherings, and I think we may find it little new and unusual to have physical gatherings, probably after having these many virtual gatherings throughout the year. So how did the 2020 is gone, almost gone in the next few hours? So 2020, how did it go? A pandemic. So we didn't expect the pandemic, did we? It is said that we should expect the unexpected. Expect the unexpected. So pandemic and completely changed everyone's life. Can you give some examples how the pandemic had changed the lives of people in general? You can type in, or you can unmute and speak up. How the pandemic had changed the lives of people in general. Zoom. Exactly. Before pandemic, I've never used Zoom. Of course, our Dhanand Swami Maharaj, he has been using Zoom for his Bhakti Shatri classes, but I've never, used Zoom. Anything else? Lockdown, yes. Let's see.
Can't do what they want to do, Prabhuji.
Can't do what everyone wants to do. Restricted movement. We are mentally somewhere. Okay, so there is a mental health issue because people are not having physical association, physical get-togethers. So they are not able to meet each other. They are having several people suffered with mental health issues. What else? No hugs. Yes, and no shake hands also, by the way. Now we have to say like this.
Washing
hugs.
hands frequently.
And anyway, for Hare Krishnas, for our culture, we would just say, Hare
Namaste.
Krishna. Social distancing, yes, we have to maintain that social distancing and wear masks. And just imagine, so wearing masks and going to a public place. Before pandemic, if you would wear a mask and wear gloves and go to public place, they would think you are a crazy person. And they think you are a psychic. And especially no woman or no girl would like to wear a mask and go to a public place. So somebody was telling, yes, people try to follow this culture, Hare Krishna, like that, Namaste. So it has changed our lives. and all these became new norms now. Zoom has become a new norm. Virtual meetings have become a new norm. Social distancing has become a new norm, and wearing masks, like that. So this has all become, and working from home possibly. Somebody was telling that it's like a prison. Yes, that's right. It's like a prison. Yes, so the whole material world is a prison, and within the prison there is another prison. We're living in the prison of a prison. Right. So many ways this pandemic had changed the lives, and however, the whole, especially the Britain is ending the 2020, having Brexit done. And that's one thing out of the list now, and also having some vaccines. So they think everybody is ending this 2020 on a positive note. So and everybody, yes, at the end of 2019, we all had wished for a very happy 2020, everyone. And everyone wished for a happy 2020, but pandemic came in between. Nobody expected the pandemic. So, Krishna, as being our true friend, intimate friend, and well-wisher, he gives the reality of this world. Sometimes just for like pleasing the other person, they will use some flowery language. But Krishna is not like that. Krishna is a true friend and a well-wisher, and he gives the reality of this world. And that reality, Krishna says in chapter 8 of Bhagavad Gita, the reality. And chapter 8, verse 15, Krishna says, Mamupetya punarjanma dukkalayam ashashvatam napnuvanti mahatmanaha samsiddhim paramam gataha. Krishna says that this world is a place of misery, and also whatever we have is temporary. He uses these famous two words, and in ISKCON we just repeat these two words, two phrases like this place is full of miseries, and it is temporary. So Krishna says this, this is our location, current location. This is where we are in now. And Krishna not only gives the problem, a good leader doesn't show the problem, doesn't point out the problem, not only points out the problem, but also gives the solution. So Krishna identifying the problem. The problem is this world is a problem. This world is a problem. And he says that he gives the solution, how one can be happy in this material world. So Krishna says that firstly, it says that the miseries and happiness are like winter and summer seasons. They come and go. Neither winter permanent nor the summer. They rotate. Similarly, the happiness and the miseries of this world, they are not permanent. They just rotate. And Krishna gives instruction to Arjun that one should learn to tolerate these happiness and the miseries. And Krishna tells us that that actually we belong to a different world. And Krishna gives that location also, the location that we are in now, and the perfect destination one can achieve to have eternal freedom and eternal happiness. And Krishna gives that destination as well. Krishna says, but you are here, you are suffering. But if you come to me, if you come to my abode, then you will need not to undergo these pains. So one can eternally be happy and have a permanent happy life over there. Krishna gives that destination. That is the destination. Krishna repeatedly says that, you should try and come to me to have this happiness, to experience the happiness. But however, there is another point, how one can be happy while being in this world. So Krishna after saying this world is a place of misery and as well as temporary, he gives a couple of instructions how we all can be happy. He gives a recipe for happiness. So let us see that. I will share the screen. Let's go on. Sorry. So I'm just sharing the screen. Just 1 second.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So Krishna gives here a proper recipe for happiness. So this is chapter 10, text 9. Machchitta madgata prana bodhayantaha parasparam katayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha. Krishna says that the thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. So, although the nature of this material world is to have miseries, but here Krishna explains how one can be happy. Krishna says that by thinking Machchitta Madgata Prana, by thinking Krishna, always thinking of Krishna, and dedicating our lives in the service of Krishna and his devotees. Madgata Prana, fully dedicating our lives in the service of Krishna and in the service of Krishna's devotees. And bodhayantaha param, always conversing with one another about Krishna. So firstly, thinking of Krishna all the time, and dedicating our lives to Krishna and his devotees. Thirdly, by associating and talking about, hearing about Krishna. Just by doing these things, one will become happy. Tushanti, one will be pleased. And Ramanti, they enjoy. So we can see in the lives of devotees how they put this into practice and enjoyed their lives. Prabhupada used to sleep only 2 hours a day. And while managing the centers across the globe, he was still commenting, writing, and translating all these books. Prabhupada came, leaving the pilgrimage, leaving Vrindavan, came to West to give this message. So Prabhupada had seen that how the people are suffering, and then that the only way they can become happy is by engaging in the service of the Lord. And we can see that in our society, a number of people have been, the lives of number of people have been fully transformed. A number of people. Prabhupada used to say that peace became happy. So that we have a living example here. How by applying this principle, how by engaging in the service of the Lord, they became so happy. Number of examples. And so this is the recipe that Krishna is giving. And so it doesn't mean that one need to give up one work. Krishna says that, yes, carry on working at the same time, engage in my devotional service. Krishna says to Arjun, Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mamanusmara yudhyacha. So Arjun, your duty is to fight as you are a warrior. So carry on fighting and at the same time think of me. So from this instruction, we understand that whatever duty we have to do, we can carry on and at the same time think of Krishna. And this is the recipe. And when we put this into practice, we will know, we will experience it. This devotional service, the joy is like this. Prabhupada gives often this example. So if you, when you are hungry, if you start eating prasadam, with every morsel, how do you feel? By eating every morsel, you feel more energetic. Yes, you can see that your hunger is being subsided. Yes, you become happy. So with every morsel of food, you feel yourself happy. No one need to come and say that, Prabhu, you are happy now after eating prasadam. But we can experience, when we eat that prasadam, we can experience that happiness within. So Prabhupada often gives this example that when one engages in the service of the Lord and his devotees, one can experience the joy within. No need to, someone need not to tell that you are experiencing joy. One experiences the joy within. So from here, I just wanted to focus slightly on a different perspective, like how can we, while we engage in the service of the Lord, if we want to nicely engage in the service of the Lord, we need to have a regulated life. Without having a regulated life, one can never be able to fully engage in the service of the Lord. So to engage in the service of the Lord, to perform the devotional service, then one has to regulate one's life. And in the current age, this is completely disturbed. All irregular habits. We go to bed at a different time. We wake up at a different time, and eating also certain time we have to eat, but we eat completely at a different time. All our activities, they are completely not regulated. So if we want to really engage in the service of the Lord and his devotees, then this regulated, balanced life is very important. And Krishna says that in the 6th chapter. So let me bring that here. Famous verse. Yuktahara viharasya yukta cheshtasya karmasu yukta swapnava bodhasya yogo bhavati dukkhaha. He who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation, and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. So I'll read the purport also for this. Purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Extravagance in the matter of eating, sleeping, defending, and mating, which are demands of the body, can block advancement in the practice of yoga. As far as eating is concerned, it can be regulated only when one is practiced to take and accept prasadam, sanctified food. Lord Krishna is offered, according to the Bhagavad Gita 9.26, vegetables, flowers, fruits, grains, milk, etc. In this way, a person in Krishna consciousness becomes automatically trained not to accept food not meant for human consumption or not in the category of goodness. As far as sleeping is concerned, a Krishna conscious person is always alert in the discharge of his duties in Krishna consciousness. And therefore, any unnecessary time spent sleeping is considered a great loss. Avyartha kalartham. A Krishna conscious person cannot bear to pass a minute of his life without being engaged in the service of the Lord. I repeat that. A Krishna conscious person cannot bear to pass a minute of his life without being engaged in the service of the Lord. Therefore, his sleeping is kept to a minimum. His ideal in his respect is Srila Rupa Goswami, who was always engaged in the service of Krishna and who could not sleep more than 2 hours a day, and sometimes not even that. Thakur Haridas would not even accept prasadam nor even sleep for a moment without finishing his daily routine of chanting with his beads 300,000 names. As far as work is concerned, a Krishna conscious person does not do anything which is not connected with Krishna's interest. And thus his work is always regulated and is untainted by sense gratifications. Since there is no question of sense gratification, there is no material leisure for a person in Krishna consciousness. And because he is regulated in all his work, speech, sleep, wakefulness, and all other bodily activities, there is no material misery for him. So I was mentioning just a few days ago that my wife, she attended a course entitled Lifestyle Management Medicine. So in that, the medicine is, if a patient comes to them, they would advise a lifestyle change in the lifestyle. They wouldn't give any medicine directly. No medicine is given. Rather, change the lifestyle. Simple change in the lifestyle. So this course was based on this verse. When she finished her course, then we came to the conclusion that Prabhupada in this purport had summarized entire the summary of entire course is given in this verse. In Gita, you will get everything that you wanted to know. And it is a manual for humankind. And this manual will tell us how to live in this world and how to leave this world. And see this beautiful verse. And most of the diseases, most of the problems in the society are due to imbalance in these activities, not having regulation in these activities. Prabhupada writes so nicely that so regulated in his work, and now it's difficult. Can you regulate your work? It's oddly people can regulate their work. So somebody has got a full night shift, and we are supposed to sleep in the night, work in the day, but but somebody somebody has to work in the night completely. So if you see all these, they're all disturbed now. This working and sleeping, eating, and wakefulness. So what we have seen in this course, the doctor is just asking them to regulate their activities. Okay, go to bed early, take enough rest, eat right time, right quantity, right food, and spend with your family, recreation, go for a walk. So I was mentioning that how one patient came to a doctor having some stomach digestion issues, and he was questioned. This patient said that, yes, I just buy something on my way to work, and while walking I eat. And then in the office, again, I just, open it, yeah, sandwich or a tin and put it in the microwave. Tomato soup, you open a tin and put in the microwave and take that while working, that too. So this patient, this is a real-time story, real life story. And this patient was advised that, just simply sit and eat. When you are eating, don't watch any telly. Keep your mobile away. Keep your iPad away. Just simply enjoy. Cook freshly. Eat freshly. Don't walk, don't eat while you're walking. Spend time with your family. Go for a walk with your family. These were the lifestyle adjustments given to this patient. This is one example. There were many examples. And this patient got completely better. So why we need to take care of this body? Because unless we are regulated in these activities, in eating, in sleeping, in recreation, in work, unless until we are regulated, we will not be able to engage in the service of the Lord nicely. If our health is lost, then what can you do? So that's why it is said, one must take care of one's health. One must regulate one's work also. Is there someone? So one must regulate one's work also. And so all this regulation will help us, help us in engaging the service of the Lord. So if any of these are disturbed, then what can we do? When we have a program, that program gets disturbed. We wanted to eat at certain time. We wanted to work so many hours. We wanted to go to bed at a certain time and wanted to sleep certain number of hours. And we wanted to do a certain amount of recreation. But when this gets disturbed, what we need to do, Krishna says that simply you have to bring it back. We are not a machine. Machine means it just goes on and on, on and on, on and on. But we are human beings. It is natural that this balance gets disturbed sometimes. And when this balance gets disturbed, we have to sit down and think. The current problem in the society is we don't even have time to think. We don't even time to have introspection. So we just have to sit down and think, see, how regulated am I in my eating? How regulated I am in my work, in my sleep, in my recreation, in other activities. So, and then if you think that is disturbed, then bring it back. Krishna repeatedly says, even that is also comes in the 6th chapter, that do this, bring it back. So when one is regulated, when one is organized in that way, and then one is able to serve the Lord better. So, and let's see some other things. So let's talk a little bit of about time. So this new year, probably we can just sit down and see whether how regulated we are in these habits. Can we do anything? Can we do anything to bring it back? Can we do anything to improve our health? So let's sit down and think see how we can improve these habits. So now we'll talk about time. So every year, many, at the end of every year, we wish for another happy new year. And this has been, we have been doing. But Krishna says that may not be possible. That is not possible unless you engage in my devotional service. So this time is a representation of Krishna. Nobody can stop the time. Nobody can control it. And if people don't know how to see God, they can understand God by understanding time. Time is such a powerful factor. And so because of time, I lost my hair. And I'm getting older day by day because of time. And because of time, I will also give up this body one day. Time is such a powerful factor, nobody can control it. But what we can do is we can, the time wasted is never be like, we can never take it back. So it's better to use the time very effectively, very nicely. And the best way to use the time is use in the service of the Lord and his devotees. And Mahavishnu Goswami Maharaj, his favorite quote was that wasting time is a crime. It's a heavy statement. Wasting time is a crime. So Krishna gives in the Bhagavatam and in the Bhagavad Gita also that how, is that kalosmi lokakshaya krut. So Krishna says that time I am. I control many things. Everything is controlled by time. So there is a nice statement about this time in the Bhagavatam. Let me bring out that particular verse, read out, and see if we can learn anything from this. This is Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, 20th chapter, 37 text. Naiva vidhan kshiyamanam jalam gade jalacharaha yathayur anvatam kshayam naramuda kutumbinaha. Translation. The fish swimming in the increasingly shallow water did not at all understand that the water was diminishing, just as the foolish family man cannot see how the time they have left to live is diminishing with every passing day. Every passing day, the time is diminishing. The time that we have left to live is diminishing. And this is compared to a fish, like fish. Let's read the purport, yeah? Purport by disciples of His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. After the rainy season, the water gradually goes down, but stupid fish do not understand this. Thus, they are often stranded on the lake shores and river banks. Similarly, those infatuated with family life do not understand that the remainder of their life is constantly decreasing. Thus, they fail to perfect their Krishna consciousness and are stranded in the cycle of birth and death. Yeah, we do not want to strand in the cycle of birth and death. We don't want to follow the example of this stupid fish. Instead, you see that these fish, they just, the water is diminishing day by day, but they just stay because they are so much engrossed in the sense gratification. When they are so much engrossed in the sense gratification, they just forget that the water is diminishing. And then they have to suffer and give up their life after the water is dried up completely. So, similarly, if a man who is completely engrossed in the sense gratification, they simply forget to understand how much time they have left to live. And this is it. We don't want to strand in the cycle of birth and death. This is one message, key message that we wanted to take from this evening class, that we have to come out of this cycle of birth and death. Maharaj Katwanga, he asked demigods how much time he had left to live. So he was told that there is a movement. That's it. Demigods told, there is a movement of time that's left for you to live. And Maharaj Katwanga used that time very effectively. Very effectively. He focused on the lotus feet of Lord Sri Krishna and left his body and attained the lotus feet of Lord Sri Krishna. So, and we know the example of Parikshit Maharaj, everyone knows. He was given 7 days notice. And Parikshit Maharaj used those 7 days very effectively. 7 days and 7 nights. He heard Srimad Bhagavatam from the lotus mouth of Srila Shukadeva Goswami and perfected his life just by hearing. So let us meditate on this point, that how we can best use our time. And one thing is that we don't know, unfortunately. Parikshit Maharaj had a notice of 7 days, but unfortunately we have no notice. We don't know how much time we had left to live. I was mentioning just a few days ago how my father-in-law, very healthy man, had a fall and was admitted in the hospital. And while we were reciting Gita on Gita Jayanti here, he was undergoing operation, brain operation. He was a perfect man, never had any problems. But all of a sudden he had a fall and there is a hemorrhage in the brain. So he was operated, and so we were just thinking on that note that how powerful this time is. Within one movement is enough from good to bad. One movement, good to bad. Anything can change. time can influence and make a huge difference in our life. Definitely makes huge difference. And of course, it is Krishna as well. I think that the operation went well. I think Krishna wanted him to, Krishna wanted to give him some more time. And so he's slowly recovering now. So for us, and the message is simple today, that Krishna tells in the Gita and how this place is full of miseries and temporary. And but he also tells how one can be happy. And the way to become happy is to engage in the service of Krishna and his devotees, and simply engage in the discussions concerning Krishna, hearing about Krishna and speaking about Krishna, discussing about Krishna, serving Krishna and Krishna's devotees. All this can be done while working. Arjun did it. Arjun was a family man, yet he had time for spirituality. Yes. So Krishna says that no problem, whether you're a family man or not a family man, no problem. Still you can engage in the service of me. So that is the key statement, key message, that by engaging in the devotional service. Otherwise, however means, we can try various means to become happy. We were discussing a few days ago that several people, they wanted to enjoy their lives, but because of pandemic, they couldn't. They had money, they had everything, but they could not socialize. We are limited, we are restricted, we are controlled. And this is, pandemic is a good example how that we are controlled rather than we can control everything. So, and then we discussed how this regulating one's habits are very essential, very conducive for the spirituality. We talked that a devotee should regulate habits of eating, sleeping, recreation, and work. There should be a balance. Once that balance is lost, we have to bring it back. Because if that balance is lost, our physical and mental health is not appropriate, not in good shape. And that will not conducive for spirituality. And having this regulation in these habits actually helps us to perform our service to the Lord and his devotees in a better way. And throughout Srimad Bhagavatam, we hear time and again that only by serving the Lord's pure devotees, one can experience the true happiness. So then we discussed about the time, that how we should use the time. Time is nothing but Krishna. So whatever is past is past, but at least better late than never. Whatever the time has gone, we can't bring it back now, but what we can do is see how we can make best use of the time we have now. And so the message at the conclusion of this evening class is that let us come together. This devotion we can't do on our own. It becomes a difficult Prabhupada said that if you do devotion on your own, you may go to hell. Not easy, because when we are on our own, our mind tricks us, because mind is so strong. So let us perform this devotion in the association of devotees. It becomes easy because we are all here together on Zoom call. We are able to discuss and hear. That motivation is there. One key point, please be in the association of devotees. And if you don't have association of devotees, temple has various programs. Please contact temple and we'll make sure you will be, in a group where you can get regular association. And read, hear Srila Prabhupada books, read books of Srila Prabhupada, hear Krishna Katha. And then when we read and hear, let us try to live these instructions. When we read and hear, then when we don't try to live those instructions, we will not get the benefit. But living is not easy, but at least we can try to live. Try to live those instructions that are given in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. And then share this message with others. Share this message with others. So that is the key message. Let us come together. Let us appreciate each other. Let us express our gratitude. Let us not find fault with others. Let us be always grateful for the things that are given to us by Krishna. Sometimes we just forget. These people, the people from Vietnam, when they were being smuggled in a truck, they died because of lack of air. We have that air now. Are we grateful? Are we grateful for the facilities that are given to us? Nature has given so many facilities. Let us be grateful. Let us come together. Let us appreciate each other. Let us see how we can serve Srila Prabhupada. Always let us go and think that, am I serving Srila Prabhupada? If not, can I serve Srila Prabhupada in any way? Can I serve truly? Can I take some responsibility for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada? If not, let us see if I can do anything. So let us perform this devotion in the association of devotees. So Hare Krishna, it's exactly 9:00. I will stop it there. And now I will hand over to His Grace Radhamohan Prabhuji, who had put together a quiz for the pleasure of devotees. So this is like, conversing. Devotees always engage, conversing about Krishna, discussing about Krishna. This quiz is also like that item. It's not like that who is going to win, who is going to lose, but it's like it is, try to engage everyone in this activity of discussions concerning Krishna. So this is a Kahoot quiz. Of course, Radhamohan Prabhu will give a little intro to that. You would need a separate device, whether it is your tablet or a smartphone. And Radhamohan Prabhu will show you the code, and you all need to go to this website, Kahoot website, and enter that code. And there will be options, multiple choice, and you would pick one of those options. There will be questions like that. And so Radhamohan Prabhu is here. I'll hand over to you, Radhamohan Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Over to you.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Gunadhar Prabhu. So, dear devotees, we are attempting a historical event in our ISKCON Manchester, an online quiz. We have not done it ever before, the online quiz. So, what we'll be doing is that there is a website called Kahoot. So, what you have to do is that right now you are watching this program either on your laptop or in your mobile. So we'll be sharing the screen on the Zoom, and we'll be showing you the questions in the screen. Now, your answer, you have to give it through your mobile phone or a tablet or your another computer. So it requires more than one digital device to take part into this quiz. So I'm just typing here in the chat, how to do it. So if on your mobile, if you can go to kahoot.it or your tablet and enter the pin 680885. Now, if you are
Radhamohan Prabhu,
yes,
if you share the screen, it will appear. Actually, everybody can see it. If you share the Kahoot.
Let me do that then. Can you let me have the access?
Oh, sure. Just 1 second. I'll give you the rights. Make co-host.
Yeah, thank you, Bachchan. Got it. So now you'll be able to see this on the screen, the pin of this quiz. I'll give it, some time everyone to log in. Now, you can take part either as a family or within the family. You can, each member of the family can, take part from their individual mobile device. It's a very simple quiz, nothing tricky questions, just the normal questions about spiritual life. So altogether, there are 20 questions, 5 questions about Krishna, 5 questions about Radharani, 5 questions about Lord Ramchandra, about Ramayana, and 5 questions about ISKCON, some of the very general questions about ISKCON. So anybody who has, have any, interaction with the ISKCON or, or Krishna or Ram, I think everybody will be able to answer these questions. They're very easy questions. And then each question has about 20 seconds of the limit. So after 20 seconds, we have to, within the 20 seconds, you have to give the answer. Now, the quicker you give the answer, the more points you will get it. But please read the questions, understand the question very nicely, and give the question answer very thoughtfully. Again, the idea of this quiz is not to win or lose, but to get our consciousness more engaged in Krishna consciousness. So there is nothing about winning or losing. And after every question, so we'll talk a little bit about that particular question. I think now we should be ready now. We have, how many we have?
21 people joined.
We have 21 people joined together. Yeah, we'll give about 2 minutes more and then we'll start the quiz.
Those who are on YouTube, they may also join, but there will be a time lag probably.
Yes. Yeah, those on the YouTube, they can also join. But maybe 1 or 2 seconds time lag, but you can still, join it.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's 21:35. We will, 36 now. We'll give 1 more minute. At 21:37, we'll start the quiz.
Devotees are still joining, Prabhu. 24 now.
Okay, 24.
And those who are on YouTube, if they want to better reception, they can leave YouTube and join the Zoom to
Okay.
better enjoy this quiz.
Okay, we have a limit about 50 people can join this quiz. So let's make a better use of it. We are 27 now. Can we reach 50? Join as a family, just join as an individual person, and then family can quiz each other, you can win. Or let's go till 30, let's have 30 participants.
Okay, it's 21, 37.
Okay, so I think we are 27 now. I think we'll start now. So here we go. Our Hare Krishna New Year quiz. So we have the ISKCON Manchester New Year quiz. It's starting in 3 seconds. Haribol. So the first question is, in which city Krishna was born? Ten seconds to go. Is it Ujjain, Dwarka, Vrindavan, or Mathura? Wow, 16 people got it right. Krishna was born in Mathura, in the prison cell of Kamsa in Mathura. So well done, everyone, those 16 devotees. And then let's go to the next question. Wow, this is the quickest was Vidya. Well done, Vidya. The next question. After birth, Krishna was taken from Mathura to which place? Is it Nandagaon, Vrindavan, Gokul, or Govardhan? Krishna, he was taken from Mathura to another place by his father Vasudev. Where did he took him from? From Mathura to which place? 4 seconds to go. Wow. So this is, yes, the correct question is Gokul. Krishna was taken to Gokul from Mathura, not Vrindavan. So Vrindavan is a greater Vrindavan, and one of the places Gokul. So Krishna was taken to Gokul. So Vasudev, he has to cross the Jamuna river, and then he took Krishna to Gokul. And after about 3 or 4 years later, Krishna and the family, they moved to Vrindavan. And then about when Krishna was 7 or 8, then they moved to Nandagaon. So yeah, so this Krishna was taken from Mathura to Gokul. Wow, now Vidya was the quickest to give the answer. Well done, Vidya. Next question. Name the maternal uncle of Krishna. Mama, who was the mama or maternal uncle of Krishna? Was it Ravan, Shakuni, Duryodhan, or Kamsa? 25 people have answered and 6 seconds to go. 26, wow. Wow, Kamsa is very popular. Everybody knows Krishna's mama or maternal uncle was Kamsa. Well done to everyone. So Shakuni, he was the mama of Duryodhan or the Kauravas. And Ravan did not take any part in Krishna Lila, nor did Duryodhan. So Kamsa was Krishna's maternal uncle. Who is the quickest? Vidya. Vidya is the again quickest. Well done, Vidya. You are taking a lead. So let's go on to the next question. First demon killed by Krishna. When Krishna was he was a very small baby. Krishna killed many demons in his life. So which demon he killed the first? Was it Surpankha, Putana, Kamsa, or Tadaka? $25. Wow. So yes, Krishna killed Putana. When Krishna was just a few days old, Putana came to kill Krishna. But Krishna, on the contrary, he killed Putana. But because she came with the mood to feed Krishna, poisonous milk. But Krishna, he just took the good quality of Putana, because even though she came with the intention of killing Krishna, but Krishna took it as a motherly affection from Putana. So Putana was actually given a liberation. Krishna liberated her, and she was given the position of a Aya, or the nurse in the spiritual world. So Krishna is right now serving Krishna. Sorry, Putana is right now serving Krishna in spiritual world, as a mother. So who was the quickest to give this answer? Sumed. Wow, Sumed. And Vidya, catch up now, Vidya. You're second now. Let's go on to the next question. Mountain lifted by Krishna. When Krishna was a small boy, he lifted a very famous mountain. What is the name of this mountain? Was it Himalaya, Mount Meru, Alps, or Govardhan? Wow. Yes, 26 people. So Govardhan, everybody knows it's the Govardhan which Krishna lifted. He was a very small boy. Yeah, so it's a tricky question. Alps is also given. Krishna didn't come to France or Germany or Switzerland to lift Alps, but Govardhan is a part of Vrindavan, and Krishna lifted Govardhan hill to save all the Brajavasis from the torrential rain sent by Indra. So Krishna protected them by lifting this Govardhan mountain as an umbrella, and he saved all the Brajavasis. So now Vidya is again taking the lead. So it is really hotting up. The quiz is getting really nice. So let's go on to the next question. Now this is questions about the Radharani. What is the birthplace of Srimati Radharani? Which place Srimati Radharani was born? Was it Raval, Nandagaon, Vrindavan, or Gokul? 6 seconds to go. The birthplace of Srimati Radharani. Wow, Raval. Raval is the correct answer, and 14 devotees are correct, managed to give correct answer. So Radharani, she was born in a place called Raval, again part of Vrindavan. And then after some time, her parents, they all moved to a place called Barsana. So Barsana, that Radharani grew up there, but she was born in a place called Raval, a beautiful place in Vrindavan. If you ever go to Vrindavan, please go and visit this place. Very nice, wonderful temple is given, is there, and a very wonderful rural place it is there. So who is taking the lead now? Sumit is taking lead. And next question. Name of Radharani's father. Give the name of Radharani's father. What was the name of Radharani's father? Was it Vrishabhanu, Upananda, Nanda, or Akrura? 6 seconds to go. The Radharani's father's name. 27 devotees given answer. Vrishabhanu. Yes, Vrishabhanu is the correct answer. The name of Radharani's father. So one of the name of Radharani is Bhanu Nandini or Vrishabhanu Nandini. She's the daughter of Vrishabhanu. So well done everyone for giving this answer. Sumit is still in the lead. And next question is again about Radharani. Name of Radharani's mother. What was name of Radharani's mother? Is it Vrinda, Purnamasi, Kirtida, or Ganga? The name of Radharani's mother. Wow, everybody gave the answer. So it is Mother Kirtida. So Radharani's mother's name is Kirtida. Sumedh is taking the lead on this one. Sumedh, you are not fair. You should, all these questions. So let everybody else give some chance. Okay. How many cows Radharani's father had? Radharani's father was a very rich person. So was it 500,000 cows, 1.2 million cows, 3 million cows, or 2.1 million cows? How many cows did Radharani's father had? Radharani's father was even richer than Nanda Baba, who was the king of Vrindavan. Yeah, 1.2 million. That is the correct answer. In in the Indian measurement, it is called 12 lakh, 12 lakh. So it's 1.2 million. So, so Vrindavan is all about cows. So each Gopa or each cowherd family, they had many, many thousands of cows. So Vrishbhanu Maharaja is 1.2 million or 12 lakh cows. And the Krishna's father, Nanda Baba, he is 900,000 cows, 9 lakh cows. So nearly a million cows. So just these two family nearly had about 2 million cows together. They're just two families, and there are hundreds and thousands of other families. They also had, huge number of cows. So it is that in Vrindavan, the grass or the land of Vrindavan was always moistened by the milk of the cows, because there was so much abundant production of cows in Vrindavan that cows were also so happy that they were just dripping the milk everywhere in Vrindavan. They'll just go and roam in the Vrindavan, and the whole Vrindavan dust, the grass or the leaf or the ground, it was always moistened by the milk of the cows. So 1.2 million cows by Vrishabhanu Maharaj. So Sumit is in lead. And then the next question, favorite color of Srimati Radharani. What is the favorite of Radharani's color? So don't be, so is it yellow, red, green or blue? So you have to go for what is mentioned in the alphabet, okay? So 5 seconds to go. What is the favorite color of Srimati Radharani? Blue, well done. Yes. Yeah, so actually blue color was mentioned in the green background, so maybe it was a little tricky. Radharani's favorite color is blue color, because Radharani loves Krishna, and Krishna is also Shyam Sundar. He is a very dark complexion, like a monsoon cloud. So Radharani likes the dark blue color, as a favorite color. And the lead is now still, Sumedha is making a lead. So come on, devotees, we should give Sumedha some fight. He's going ahead with this lead. So please come along now. So now we have 10 questions done so far, and we have 10 to go. So now 5 questions about Lord Ramchandra and 5 questions about ISKCON in general. So please read the questions very nicely and give your answer. So birthplace of Lord Ram. Which place Lord Ram was born? Janakpur, Ayodhya, Nasik or Mathura? Wow, so quick. Everybody knows, Ayodhya. That is the place where Lord Ram was born. So a beautiful temple, for some reason, this temple was destroyed. But now the devotees are coming together and building a beautiful temple in Ayodhya where the Lord Ram was born. So I think in a very short time we should be able to go and take darshan and go to the temple in Ayodhya to next to darshan of Lord Ram. So come on, is anybody giving fight to Sumit? Come on, everybody, give some fight to Sumit. Next question, again about Lord Ramchandra. The first demon killed by Lord Ram, when he was a very young boy, he went with Vishwamitra Muni and he killed many demons. So which was the first demon he killed? Was it Surpanka, Kamsa, Putana or Tadaka? The first demon killed by Lord Ram. Wow, everybody knows this. I thought, you wouldn't know this. So Tadaka, she was the, demoness that Lord Ram killed first. And somebody said Surpanka. Yes, Surpanka was also, she was not killed. Her nose and ears were cut by Lakshman, when Lord Ram went to exile. So that time, Surpanka, was chastised by Lakshman. But Tadaka is the demon that he killed first. So both Krishna and Ram, they opened their account of killing demon by killing a demoness. So Krishna killed Putana, and Ram, he killed Tadaka. So who is taking the lead? Oh, Sumedha, Come on, Saragya Prabhu, you are not very far behind, give some fight to Sumit. Name the mother of Lakshman. What was the name of Lakshman's mother? Is it Sumitra, Shabari, Kaikeyi, or Kaushalya? The name of Lakshman's mother. 8 seconds to go. Sumitra, yes, yeah, most of you give the right answer. Sumitra. So Sumitra, she was the mother of Lakshman, and Sumitra also gave birth to another brother called Shatrughna. So Shatrughna and Lakshman, they had the same mother. Lord Ram's mother was Kaushalya, and Bharat's mother was Kaikeyi. So the whole family, all 4 brothers loved each other so much. So when Lord Ram was in exile, Lakshman served Ram in the exile, and Shatrughna served Bharat, in Ayodhya. So they both brothers were, had so much devotion, of service. And of course, Bharat also, he served Ram while, he served, as a representative of Ram in Ayodhya while Ram was in exile. So again, we can talk a lot about Ramayana, but yes, Sumitra, she is the mother of Lakshman. So, yeah.
Only a couple point difference this time.
Couple of point difference, Sumitra, yes. Yeah, I think the PGD and BRD, I don't know what is devotees, but D means Das probably or Dasi. So whoever Das or Dasi, please come along, give fight to Sumit. Birthplace of Mother Sita. Which place Mother Sita was born? Was it Nasik, Ujjain, Delhi, or Janakpur? The place where Mother Sita was born. Janakpur, yes, everybody is almost right. Yes, Janakpur. Janakpur, it is right now in a country called Nepal. So Mother Sita was born there. It's a beautiful place. If you ever get time, an opportunity, please go and visit this beautiful place, Janakpur, where Mother Sita was born. And also, Lord Ramchandra, and the whole family from Ayodhya, they came for a wedding in Janakpur. So this city is a very nice mood, of devotion. So Janakpur is a beautiful place. Please visit sometimes. Wow, yeah, Sumit, you are being chased very nicely now. No, not too far. Okay, and let's have another question. Again about Ramayana. Jatayu, the great devotee of Lord Ram, was in the body of which animal or bird? Is it elephant, eagle, vulture, or lion? Jatayu, was he an elephant, eagle, vulture, or lion? 4 seconds to go. 16, yes, he was a vulture. So Jatayu, he was in a body of a vulture, but still he was a great devotee of Lord Ram. So what it shows is that the devotion can be performed to the Lord even though you may not be in the human body. Again, it was a different yuga, but the devotion is not conditioned or not limited by what kind of birth you take. Even the Jatayu in the body of a vulture, he could perfect his life. So it was Jatayu. Let's go for the next question. Yeah, still same score line. Go to the next question. Number of chapters these are general questions now. How many chapters are there in Bhagavad Gita? Is it 18, 16, 12, or 14? Wow, everybody is so quick. 25 devotees gave correct answer. 18 chapters. Well done to you all. I should have asked, how many shlokas are there in Bhagavad Gita? Probably a bit more difficult. But yes, Bhagavad Gita has got 18 chapters. Beautiful, wonderful chapters. Wow, Sumita, you've been Your lead is decreased now just by 17 points. Next question. In his young age, Srila Prabhupada was a teacher, lawyer, pharmacist, or magistrate. What was the profession of Srila Prabhupada in his young age? Teacher, lawyer, pharmacist, or magistrate? Prabhupada, he founded the ISKCON before he came to West. So what was his profession? Yes, he was a pharmacist. So Prabhupada, he was, when he was born, it was predicted by the fortune teller that either he'll become a very big businessman or he will go to the West and start a devotional movement. He'll become a great saint. So Prabhupada had all the opportunity to become a successful businessman, and he had a nice success in the pharmacy business. But then Prabhupada decided to give his life to preaching, preaching the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So it is all thanks to Srila Prabhupada that he didn't pursue his business ambitions in the pharmacy. Without him, we would have been still be not a devotee. So thanks to Prabhupada, for coming to West and saving us. So Prabhupada was a pharmacist. Okay, next question. PGD, you are in lead. Keep the lead. Sumedha, you are not too far either. Next question. ISKCON was founded in the year. In which year the ISKCON was founded? 1971, 1960, 66, or 72? Just few years back, we celebrated 50 years of ISKCON. So you can probably know that which year ISKCON was founded. 71, 60, 66, or 72? Yes, 12 devotees got it right. Yeah, in 1966, ISKCON was founded. Prabhupada left India from Calcutta on 13th August 1965. And he landed in Boston. Then he spent some time in Pennsylvania, Butler, Pennsylvania. And then he came to New York after some time. Then in 1966, I believe it is July, somewhere in July 1966, that Prabhupada, he founded ISKCON. He incorporated ISKCON in New York. It is the year 1966. So in 2016, we celebrated the 50 years of ISKCON. Again, a great landmark in the history of ISKCON because, mostly it is observed that when a great Acharya leaves, his institution doesn't last very long. But Prabhupada left this planet in 1977. So 66, he founded ISKCON, and 1977, Srila Prabhupada left this planet Earth. So within 11 years, Prabhupada established 108 temples, and then his wonderful disciples and devotees, they carried on the movement. And by 2016, the ISKCON has more than 700 centers all over the world. So it was a very great fortune for all of us to celebrate 50 years of ISKCON in 2016. Who knows, what will be the figure in 100 years time, in 2066, there'll be the 100 years of ISKCON. I think probably by this time, we'd have conquered all over the world. Because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, in every town and village, his name will be sung. So within 50 years, we have done 700 centers. Maybe we can multiply 10 times, so with 7,000 centers in next 50 years. So who got it very quickest is PGD. Well done, PGD.
I think it's Praneshwar Gopal Prabhu.
Praneshwar Gopal Prabhu. Hari bol. Let's go to the next question. Okay, few questions left now. International headquarters of ISKCON is at which place? Is it in New York, Vrindavan, Mayapur, or London? At which place ISKCON's headquarters is located? The international headquarters of ISKCON. Which place is it? Is it New York, Vrindavan, Mayapur, or London? Wow, 14 devotees got it right. So Mayapur, which is located in Bengal, in India, north of Calcutta. So Mayapur is the place where Lord Chaitanya was born. And after Lord Chaitanya's disappearance, this place was almost lost. And Prabhupada, after coming back from Western preaching, he decided to establish the headquarters of ISKCON in Mayapur. At that time, Mayapur was just the collection of paddy fields. There was nothing. But Prabhupada said, no, the movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's preaching should have the headquarters in Mayapur, because that's where Lord Chaitanya was born. So headquarters must be in Mayapur. Many of the the well-wishers of Prabhupada and devotees, they said that such an international institution should have the headquarters in some very famous place, London or New York or some other place, or Vrindavan, because Vrindavan is more famous than any other city in spiritual circle. But Prabhupada said, no, it must be the Mayapur. So Mayapur again, devotees are, working so hard. And now, we are building a TOVP, Temple of Vedic Planetarium. So this Adbhut or a majestic temple will be ready very soon. Because of the COVID restriction, the inauguration is delayed by 2 years. In 2024, the Temple of Vedic Planetarium will be open for all over the devotees to go and see, have the darshan. Again, Mayapur is a city in itself now, and anyone who has not visited Mayapur, I strongly suggest that you at least once in your life you should go to Mayapur. And I'm 100% sure once you go to the Mayapur once, you'll want to go Mayapur every year, or maybe every few months you want to go to Mayapur. It's one of the most beautiful and sweetest and most potent devotional place in all over the world. Your life will never be the same again once you put a foot in Mayapur. So the international headquarters of ISKCON is in Mayapur. So now Praneshwar Gopal Prabhu, I think, is taking the lead. Sumedha, you have some good fight. And Madhvi Mataji, BRD, and Sarvaga Krishna Prabhu. So yes, good quiz now. We have only few questions left now. I think maybe 2 or 3 questions now. Name the street of ISKCON Manchester Temple. What is the name of this street where ISKCON Manchester Temple is located? Is it Victoria Road, Mayfield Road, Springfield Road, or London Road? Come on, no question can be more simpler or easier than this. The name where ISKCON Manchester Temple is located. Wow, 20 Mayfield Road. That's exactly is the number. 20 devotees got it right. And yes, the Manchester address is 20 Mayfield Road, Manchester, Valley Range, M16 8FT. I should have asked, what is the postcode of Manchester Temple? Next time I'll ask this question, what is the postcode? Yeah, so yes, our sweet ISKCON Manchester Temple is in Mayfield Road. This temple has played a great role in changing many of our devotees' life. I would say many generations of life, because some years back there were different generations of people, and before that there were many other generations of devotees were there. So we are missing our Mayfield Road, 20 Mayfield Road temple, because of the COVID restrictions. We are not able to get there and see each other in person. So let's pray today to our presiding deity of Shri Shri Panchatattva and Shri Shri Radha Gokulanand and Srila Prabhupada, that let these restrictions be over very soon, and we again get together in our shelter, our actual home, ISKCON Manchester at 20 Mayfield Road. That we come back again, we start chanting and dancing, and we take prasadam together and bring more and more devotees, to come together and take the shelter at the feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So this concludes our quiz for today. The ISKCON Manchester New Year quiz is over now, and this is the result now. At third place it is BRD, and second place it is PGD, and at first place Sumedha has taken the lead. Wow! Sumedha is finally, ultimate. He's taken the first place. Well done, Sumedha. Well done, PGD. It is Praneshwar Gopal Prabhu, and I think BRD must be Bhuvaneshwari Radha Mataji.
Yes. I think they are competing with each other. That's a very good competition.
Wow.
Yeah. So let's. Do you want a little speech from Bhuvaneshwari Radha Mataji and Praneshwar Gopal Prabhu? Let's little say something about Krishna. It's a good opportunity. What do you say, Radha Mohan Prabhu?
Yes. That's a very good idea, Prabhuji. Very good idea.
Yes, we just discussed conversing about Krishna is a good idea.
Yes.
So
I thank you very much, everyone, for your very enthusiastic participation. Again, the idea is not to win or lose, but to engage, our consciousness into Krishna's pastimes. I hope you enjoyed the quiz, and hopefully we'll take more and more quiz as we are restricted again for some time to be online, rather than physically in the temple. So again, thank you all very much. I hand over to Gonatraj Prabhu, and if you want to ask Praneshwar Gopal Prabhu and Bhuvaneshwari Radha Mataji to speak something. Hare Krishna, everyone. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Prabhu, Radha Prabhu, thank you very much. I think that was thoroughly enjoyed by every devotees. Bhakti is here, and Bhakti thoroughly enjoyed. Somebody was putting the message in the chat. Can we have another quote? So well done. Thank you very much, Radha Mohan Prabhu. Really appreciate it. So if Praneshwar Gopal Prabhu or Bhuvaneshwari Mataji wants to say anything, they can say. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next part of our program. I think they're a little bit
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Really enjoyed that quiz. Thank you very much.
Okay. And I think that is also the voice of your dear husband, probably. Excellent. Thank you, Bhuvaneshwari Mataji. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I think we should have more of it.
More quiz,
More often.
future reference.
So
Thank you.
Radha Mohan Prabhu is excited to do more now. He is fully motivated. You have given him enough inspiration to do one more, and I'm sure he will be on top of it. Thank you.
We will do it in future more and more like this.
Excellent. Good.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Because it's a good way of learning.
Hare
Thank
Krishna. We'll move on to the next part of our program, and our drama directors, Radha Vinod Prabhu, is sitting with his actors and eagerly trying to present a kind of drama in this current pandemic. Let's see what he has got in his part.
So Hare Krishna Prabhuji, thank you very much, and Hare Krishna all the devotees. It's a very wonderful, beautiful quiz, and the last question is very, very important in the quiz, because we left the temple in March. Just Radha Mohan Prabhu tried to see whether devotees remember the road of the temple or not. I am very happy to see we have very good result in the last question. So we are trying to do some little skit, something like that. Okay, so don't take don't think too much about the technicalities of it, but try to understand the essence of the skit. Basically, it's a argument in the court. Okay, between a public prosecutor who is arguing against Hare Krishna Mahamantra, against Bhagavad Gita, and against the principles of ISKCON, and Celeste Prabhu is the judge, and we have different ISKCON counselors who argue different cases, and the counselors included Bhakta Karthik, Bhakta Sumed, Bhakta Sumit, Dinbandhu Prabhu, Radha Mohan Prabhu, and Gaurnatrad Prabhu. Okay, so these are the ISKCON counselors, and Radha Mohan Prabhu, I sent you one message. Could you please go through it? because that is very, very important to be in part of this drama. Okay, as I mentioned, don't see the technicalities of how the courts work, how lawyers speak, all those things. We are not concentrating on that one. We are concentrating on giving some Srila Prabhupada's message to you. Okay, because we have never been to any court. We don't know how the courts work. Yeah, but we are just trying to give some message using the theme of argument on the courts. Okay, so we can see you are all the audience in the court, and also I request after each judgment, yeah, if you can unmute and say big Hari Bols to Srila Prabhupada, because I definitely feel ISKCON counselors will win in the argument. Yeah, over to the judge.
So there are few serious allegations against ISKCON and Bhagavad Gita today. We have our public prosecutor Vinod and ISKCON counselors Bhakta Karthik, Bhakta Sumed, Bhakta Sumit, Deenbandhu Das, Gaura Nataraj Das, and Radha Mohan Das with us. Mr. Public Prosecutor, could you please proceed?
Yes, my lord. My lord, today my first allegation is on Bhagavad Gita. Of course, there are many allegations. In December, of course, throughout the year, ISKCON distributes Bhagavad Gita all over the world. I'm just wondering to understand what exactly this book, Bhagavad Gita, does to this society. In my view, and also in a few sections of public, this Bhagavad Gita divides people. It creates a division amongst people.
Bhakta Karthik, do you have any remarks?
Yes, my lord. As Mr. Public Prosecutor says, Bhagavad Gita divides people. May I ask the Public Prosecutor how Bhagavad Gita divides people to explain?
Yes, of course, I will show you. Hold it. Do you know what this is?
Yeah, that's perhaps a Namaskaram symbol.
Yeah, but this is each finger of these hands represents people of different consciousness, faith. Okay, and this is a united world, right? The world is peaceful, united with the different types of faiths, races, religions, and consciousness, right? Now put your Bhagavad Gita here.
Okay.
Now what did it do? It has divided people. You can clearly see it. Take it out. The world is united. Put it again. See, it's divided people. Through this demonstration, I would like to bring to this honorable judge that this book, Bhagavad Gita, divides people. It creates conflicts amongst public.
My lord, I have a question to the Public Prosecutor. I'd ask him a single verse. I'd ask him to show a single verse or a translation from Gita which actually tries to divide people. I'm handing it over. Come on, hand it over to me. That'll take forever because there is no verse in Gita which talks about the division in the mankind. Could you please read out the verse 4 in chapter 14 for me?
14.4.
14.
The three modes of material nature.
Yeah, the translation of chapter 14, verse 4.
It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father.
Yeah. According to Bhagavad Gita, it says, Lord Krishna is the seed-giving father to the entire humanity, no matter how many indifferences are there between people. Now, let me demonstrate the same with your own example. Join your hands now. Okay, let me put Bhagavad Gita in between. Now, Bhagavad Gita is acting up as a bridge or as a channel between two modes of extremes. Now, let me remove Bhagavad Gita again. It is the whole blend of all mixtures again. Now, let me put Bhagavad Gita again. See, the Bhagavad Gita is acting as a bridge or a channel between two extremes, and hence Bhagavad Gita never talks about division in between people or mankind.
Mr. Public Prosecutor, do you have any other point to say?
Yes, my lord. Devotees of ISKCON say Bhagavad Gita is for everyone. Bhagavad Gita is for students, for business people, for family, for elders, for kids, for everyone. I am just wondering to know. So, I attended so many personality development lectures, and I used to teach so many students about how to think positively, how to be optimistic. The most powerful and well-known example is a glass with filled half water, right? This is the most commonly used example. Optimistic people say it's half filled. Pessimistic people say it's half, right? Is your Bhagavad Gita explains anything beyond this?
Yes, Mr. Prosecutor. According to Isha Upanishad, from a devotee perspective, there is both optimistic for a normal person. His optimistic view says only the glass is half filled, or the pessimistic view says the glass is half empty. But from a devotee point of view, the glass is always full, because the matter, no matter if it's air or water, is a material part of Krishna. And Bhagavad Gita and our scriptures explain that there is a third perspective which exists beyond these two perspectives.
Okay. My lord, I have few more points to add.
Mr. Public Prosecutor, please continue.
Yes, my lord. This Bhagavad Gita book creates unwanted interest and curiosity amongst people. We don't need to be, interested in others' family affairs. It is not good for society. So this Bhagavad Gita should be banned.
Bhakt Sumed, do you have anything to say?
Yes, my lord. Is there any evidence that the prosecutor has against this allegation?
Yes, of course I have evidence.
Please show us.
First verse of Bhagavad Gita. The first verse of Bhagavad Gita clearly says, Dhritarashtra said, O Satya, after my sons and the sons of Pandu assembled in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra, desiring to fight, what did they do? So my point is, your preachers are explaining to understand the sons of Dhritarashtra and the sons of Pandu.
Yes.
Why are you interfering in others' family matters?
Okay.
Showing so much interest in sons of Pandu and sons of Dhritarashtra. Personally, I would like to take the point of where Kurukshetra is the place of pilgrimage. That's wonderful. Dharmakshetra, that's wonderful. Since it is a place of pilgrimage, probably I would buy a flat or land there so that my sons will get benefit. I don't bother what Dhritarashtra's sons do and Pandu's sons do.
Okay. So let me just give you some examples first. I'll mention a couple of names and we'll see. Tell me if you know or what your opinion is of them. Right, let's start off with Mahatma Gandhi. Have you heard of Mahatma Gandhi?
Yeah, of course. He's a great man, father of the nation.
Have you heard of Nelson Mandela?
Yes, another great person, similar to Gandhiji.
So how did you know about them? Did you live with them?
Yeah, because I read about them and I understood their lifestyle.
Okay. What about Charles Soberidge?
No. He is a criminal.
How do you know? Have you been with him before?
No. Krishnadas, you are insulting me.
Please don't mistake me. My intention is that you understand that he's a criminal.
Yeah, because I heard about him news and I
So
read.
you have shown some unwanted curiosity, and now you know about these people.
No, not at all. You are mistaken. Knowing about great people and following their footsteps helps us in leading good life. And by knowing about bad people, we can understand what not to do.
Exactly. You've said it there yourself. Although these people are not your family members and they're other members, still by knowing their life, we will be able to understand lessons from them. So knowing about Dhritarashtra's sons and Pandu's sons is not an unwanted act, and instead we can learn from them. That's all, Your Honor.
Do you have any counter arguments on this, Mr. Public Prosecutor?
No, my lord, no. But I have one more point.
Yes, please carry on.
This Bhagavad Gita promotes violence and terrorism. Krishna asked Arjuna to fight.
Okay.
Good message for society.
Bhakta Sumed, do you have to say something about this?
Yes. This is a completely wrong interpretation again, Mr. My Lord. As Mr. Prosecutor has mentioned, that Bhagavad Gita promotes terrorism because Krishna tells Arjuna to fight. Well, firstly, there is a difference between when someone goes as a soldier in a war and kills someone else, and someone goes into the streets of Manchester as a gang and stabs someone. Both of these people are killing, they're both fighting. But one of them is allowed and legal, and is in fact praised by the government, and the other one is not. Similarly, we need to understand that these people who Arjuna is fighting are immoral. Arjuna is on the side of good. He's on the side of justice. And Duryodhana and the Kauravas are on the side of injustice. And therefore, in this case, to kill for the sake of justice is okay. And so, actually, it's mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita that in chapter 16, it mentions Ahimsa Satyam Akrodha. One of the divine qualities is actually non-violence. And so Arjuna's only being violent and Krishna's telling him to be violent for the greater good. There is no promotion of terrorism. Actually, Bhagavad Gita promotes this non-violence. Violence is necessary only in this context, my lord.
My lord, I have one more point to say.
Please continue.
These ISKCON people misguide the world. They say don't take coffee, don't drink tea because it contains caffeine, so on and so forth. I have read Bhagavad Gita fully. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna clearly mentioned to drink tea. And he himself mentioned, I will show you. ISKCON cannot escape from this point.
Wow. You look so confident, Mr. Public Prosecutor. Bhakta Sumed, do you want to say something?
I would like to see the evidence, my lord.
Okay, 1 minute. Let me share the screen. Right. The first one. Akit, I hope Bhakta Sumed knows Hindi.
Yes, I do.
Drink tea. Akirtim chapi bhutani. If the living entities, if they don't drink tea, it's akirtim, it's infamy. Krishna clearly mentioned here in Bhagavad Gita 2.34, Akirtim chapi bhutani. Let me show you one more example? Yachapi sarvabhutanam. Sarvabhutanam. Every living entity must have tea. Chai pilo. Sarvabhutanam. Chai pilo. Drink tea. Krishna has clearly mentioned. And let me see one more verse where Krishna himself mentioned, I have taken tea. Bhagavad Gita 13.3. Kshetrajnam chapi mam vidhi. Mam, me, vidhi, my duty. I have done what I have done. Chai pi, I have taken chai. So Krishna has clearly mentioned here. Yeah, of course, he may not mention caffeine or decaffeine, but he has taken chai. These are the different examples from Bhagavad Gita. And ISKCON people are saying, don't drink chai and tea, chai and coffee.
Bhakta Sumed,
Yes, my lord.
do you want to argue on this?
Yes, this is absolutely ridiculous. Firstly, first verse that was brought up by Mr. Vinod, the prosecutor, was verse 234. Mentioned the Kirtim Chapi Bhutani. Firstly, this chai pi, this is not Hindi. This is Sanskrit. And cha actually means and api in this case means over and above. And so when he says Akirtim Chapi Bhutani, he doesn't mean if you don't drink tea, then people will speak of your infamy. Instead, he says people will speak of your infamy if you leave the battlefield, which is a completely different situation. This same Bhagavad Gita, which Mr. Vinod is reading, if he just has a look a little bit lower down, you know, there's a verse and then there's a nice little translation given. We'll be able to understand the meaning. And in fact, it mentions that people only speak of your infamy because dishonor is worse than death for a Kshatriya. So this has no relation to chai. Then the second one he's mentioned, 1039. Chapi sarva bhutanam. According to Mr. Prosecutor, this means that all living entities must drink tea. In fact, what Krishna is saying that Lord Krishna is the seed of all existence, and that no being can exist without him. This is given clearly in the translation. Finally, Kshetrajnam chapi mam vidhi, verse 13, chapter 13, verse number 3. That, you know, Krishna, he's saying, Mom, I'm drinking tea according to Mr. Vinod, the prosecutor. Again, this is nonsense. Because what Lord Krishna says is actually that you should understand, I am the knower in all bodies. And to understand this body is and its knower is called knowledge. That is my opinion. When he says Mom, he's not saying that I drink tea. He's saying that I am the knower of all bodies. So these simple, baseless, and false accusations have been made by the prosecutor, and this is absolutely ridiculous. So it should be understood properly with the correct meanings, and then, especially along with the guidance of devotees, we will be able to get the right understanding. Thank you very much, my lord.
Mr. Public Prosecutor Vinod, what are your remarks on this?
My lord, just please give me one last chance. My last question on Bhagavad Gita. What exactly this Bhagavad Gita is doing for this general public? How is this useful to this public, particularly in this pandemic period where the whole world is suffering? What is the contribution of this Bhagavad Gita to the society?
Mr. Deenbandhu Das, I think you have accepted to argue this point. Do you have anything to say, Mr. Deenbandhu Das?
Yes, my lord. I would ask the public prosecutor, Mr. Vinod, to repeat his question and also give me some evidence for the same.
My question is very simple. What exactly is this Bhagavad Gita is helping to this society? ISKCON Manchester is keep on saying, join on Zoom to our satsangs and join our Bhagavad Gita discussion. Except sitting on your sofas and explaining this Bhagavad Gita, are you helping anything which is beneficial to this public? That's my question.
My lord, I would like to give one example. The whole legal system on the basis of which my public prosecutor friend and even yourself are based is on the written constitution. Without the constitution, neither you can judge nor the public prosecutor can make an argument. Similarly, if I have a car problem, I look at the manual. So the manual for this world, the manual for creation is Bhagavad Gita. Lord Krishna is the creator, and when he creates, he gives the Bhagavad Gita. By reading Bhagavad Gita, we can learn many things. We can learn how to lead our life. We can learn what we are made up of. We can learn what are the 5 gross elements, 3 subtle elements. And the most important of all, we can learn about the soul. All this knowledge is given in Bhagavad Gita. My lord, I work as a psychiatrist. And in my field, I see a lot of people with distress. But I have also noticed people who follow the principles of Bhagavad Gita, they derive great spiritual courage and they become very moral and peaceful persons. By promoting this science, we are actually helping humankind. I would also like to say one more thing in favor of my argument. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna gives very practical examples. For example, yuktahar viharasya, yukta karma sucheshtasu, yukta sapnava bodhasya yogo bhavati dukkha. That by regulated sleeping, by regulated eating, by regulated activities, and by regulated recreation, one can become peaceful and happy even while performing the yoga system, even while performing spiritual path. Such practical advice needs to be shared with people. In this age, in modern times, there is no dearth of information. We can Google anything and we will find the answers. But where is the knowledge which will actually help transform people, which will actually help transcend people? That is not available by material knowledge. It is available in Vedic scriptures. Vedic scriptures are vast. 18 Puranas, 2 Itihasas, 4 Vedas, innumerable Upanishads, Vedanta Sutra, very difficult. But in Gita Mahatmya it is said, Eko Gitam Devaki, Eko Shastram Devaki Putra Gitam. No need to read all the scriptures. Just this simple 700 verses of Bhagavad Gita are enough. My lord, everyone leads a selfish life, but selfishness doesn't solve problems of the world. Only by compassion, by caring, problems are solved. And therefore, devotees of ISKCON, including that of ISKCON Manchester, they are compassionate towards everyone, and therefore they want to share this most valuable knowledge. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Dean Bandhu Das. Mr. Public Prosecutor, I personally think you will not have any further questions, but do you have any other remarks?
No, not on this point.
So, after hearing arguments from both sides, prosecution failed to prove its allegation. I am fully convinced with the arguments of ISKCON, Bhagavad Gita as it is the authentic scripture and direct word of Bhagwan. I strongly recommended everyone to study Bhagavad Gita daily and understand it from bona fide authority.
Haribol, Haribol, Haribol,
Haribol, Haribol.
Order.
Haribol.
Silence, please. I request all the viewers to be silent. We have many cases today on my table. The next one on my table ISKCON is deviating from Vedic injunctions. Mr. Bhavsar is arguing this for ISKCON. Mr. Public Prosecutor, could you please start?
Yes. Yes, my lord. Yes, of course. ISKCON is not following Vedic scriptures and Sanatana Dharma. And also, I understood there is a domestic violence in ISKCON's devotee houses.
I am so surprised to hear this allegation.
Yes, my lord, I have a full evidence. ISKCON can't escape this time.
So, Mr. Bhavsar, do you have any remarks?
Yes, my lord. Can public prosecutor put his evidence on this?
Okay, Mr. Public Prosecutor, can you please proceed further?
Yes, I would like to ask a few questions, Mr. Bhaswar. And before that, also, I would like to bring to this, court's notice that ISKCON people in ISKCON families, they work for someone else. They don't look into their families. Recently, I attended one of the ISKCON devotees' family, and I asked him, "Have you had your food?" And he said, "No, my wife is offering to Krishna. Once Krishna had it, I will have it." I really surprised to see why they are showing much interest on Krishna. Once Krishna had it, I will have it. What if Krishna doesn't, keep anything for them? They will starve, isn't it? So this is a domestic violence. They are, making like this. And I have some questions to Mr. Bhaswar.
Yes.
Yeah. So, 1 minute. Mr. Bhaswar, do you eat meat?
No, I don't.
Why?
Okay, because it is against Shastras.
Oh, is it? Okay, do you know what Shastra means?
Yes, it is instruction of God.
Good. Do you accept Manusmriti as Shastra?
Yes, of course.
Right. So in that case, I think you or your ISKCON doesn't know what is the instruction of God. Today I will teach you. Manusmriti 5.30 and 5.35. Vasishtha Dharma Sutra 11.34. Rigveda 10.85, 10.85.13 and 6.17.1. And also in so many other Vedic injunctions, it is clearly mentioned that meat eating is not a sin. So-called religious people like you are misinterpreting our scriptures. Do you have answer for this one?
Okay. So my lord, I want to tell one story. There were two friends. Both of them used to smoke. First one used to smoke 2 cigarettes in a day, and the second one is used to smoke 10 cigarettes in a day. After some time, they started facing some health issues, so they went to a doctor. Now, the first one who smokes 2 cigarettes in a day, when he went to the doctor said, "You need to stop smoking. Means you need to stop. Your quota of cigarettes per day will be 0." Okay. When the second one went, because he was smoking 10 cigarettes, so it is very difficult for him to stop it immediately. So doctor think, okay, I cannot tell him to stop it immediately. Rather than I will tell him to decrease it by 2. Means he need to smoke 8 cigarettes in a day, so that it will be easy for him. So he writes in a paper and gave it to the second guy. When after this, when both of them meet outside the doctor's clinic, they discuss what doctor said to which one. The first one said, doctor simply said that you can't smoke cigarette, but the second one said, no, doctor said that you can smoke 8 cigarettes in a day. So they started fighting. Now here we need to see the intention of doctor. Smoking cigarette is not good thing, but doctor's intention that the second one cannot immediately stop smoking cigarette. So he said that, okay, you can decrease by some and then gradually you will stop. So that is the intention of doctor. Here, this is the same intention of Shastras. We need to understand. There are two things. First, the law, and the second one is spirit of law. So we need to understand. We need to fully understand the meaning of this Shastras and the intention of it. So yeah, that is from my side. Okay, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot to mention.
Yes, Mr.
If you see,
Bhavsar.
if you see in Bhagavad Gita, verse number 9.26, Krishna says, Patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadham bhakti upraham achami prayatatmanah. It means if one offers me with love and devotion, a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I will accept it. So Krishna clearly says that anyone can offer leaf, flower, fruit, or water, but Krishna never said that he can also offer uh, meat or egg.
Mr. Public Prosecutor, do you want to argue?
No, my lord. I don't have any points, on this, unfortunately.
So, after hearing arguments from both the sides, I strongly feel that prosecution misunderstood our Vedic injunctions. I am fully convinced with the fact that one should offer patram, pushpam, phalam, toyam to Krishna and honor it. One should strictly prohibit meat eating.
Haribol, Haribol.
Order, order. So, our next case is ISKCON's poor network. Amazing. Connection never established with recipient. Public prosecutor, please start.
Yes, my lord. ISKCON has given a new cell phone to public wherever they go for book distribution or in temple or in festival. And they give a new 16-word number. Allegation today is from my side. This new connection is a big scam. No connectivity at all. I myself is a victim of this.
This allegation is made against ISKCON's communication department head, Radha Mohan Das. Mr. Radha Mohan Das, do you want to say anything about this?
Yes, my lord. I don't agree to this allegation. Since public prosecutor mentioned that he himself is the victim, I would like to ask him few questions. Can I ask the questions, my lord?
Please, Mr. Radha Mohan Das.
Okay. Mr. Prosecutor, have you received any training from any of our ISKCON centers and any of our ISKCON devotees on how to use it, how to chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra and dial it?
Yes, I am.
Could you please show me how you dial the number?
Yeah. 1 minute.
I think Mr. Public Prosecutor is trying to show something to us.
Yeah. This is the new telephone I have received. Yeah. And I was told to hold the beads inside. Yeah. Without touching the forefinger. Yeah. And I was told to dial the number vocally, not pressing any button. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And then push the button down. This is
wonderful.
Kind.
Wonderful. This is exactly how we should be doing. My next question is, this is absolutely right what you're doing. Now, could you please tell me, when you dial the number, I mean, what time do you dial this number? Is a particular day and a time you dial this number? When do you dial the number?
Yeah, sometimes morning, sometimes evening.
Oh, fine. What are other activities do you do while dialing the number? Do you just dial the number and talk, or do you do any other things?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sometimes while dialing, I watch TV, or sometimes I listen music. And even sometimes whenever I am busy, while dialing, I am driving also.
Okay. Okay. Is there any other time when you dial the number or you just dial the number without doing any other activity?
Yes, yes.
When exactly? Is there any time there's you're forced to chant or dial the number? Any other time?
Yeah. Whenever my wife shouts at me.
Oh, when your wife shouts at you. What do you do when your wife shouts at you?
Yeah, I take the phone just to get out of my house, walk on streets or in park, and dial the number so attentively. I really feel so peaceful and blissful when I do like this.
Oh, my lord, please point to be noted. And Mr. Public Prosecutor, do you know why you are so peaceful and blissful at that time?
Yeah, of course. Because the sound vibration coming from the mouth of my wife is so horrible and stressful. Comparing to it, the sound vibration coming from the mouth, which says Hare Krishna Mahamantra while dialing, is so blissful and peaceful.
My lord, please point to be noted. Mr. Public Prosecutor, I wish your wife to shout you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so that you will be peaceful and blissful by dialing the number attentively.
Mr. Radhamohan, you are insulting me.
No, Mr. Public Prosecutor, listen it carefully. My lord, there is no issue with connectivity. The issue with his activity while dialing. A clear instruction is given that we should dial the number so attentively, and while dialing the 16th word Hare Krishna number, no other activity should be done. Our public prosecutor used to do different activities while dialing the number. Hence, there is no connection. And when dials attentively, in his case, whenever his wife shouts at him, then he feels blissful because the connection is established. So, my lord, the issue is not with his connection, but the issue with his attention. That is all, my lord. The connection is absolutely fine. I suggest that my dear friend should establish better attention. The connection will be established. I rest my case, my lord.
Mr. Public Prosecutor, you have anything?
No. I think I need to try it again.
So after hearing arguments from both sides, prosecution again failed to prove its allegation. There is no issue with connection. It's an issue with attention. Attention is the price you pay for this network. If you don't pay it, if your direct debit fails, then the connection will be removed. I request the public to pay attention while dialing this number. And the number is Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Haribol.
So, the last one of the day. What if there is no Krishna? What do ISKCON answer to this? Mr. Public Prosecutor.
Yes, my lord. ISKCON is training people in Krishna consciousness. Devotees are using their body, mind, and soul in Krishna conscious activities 24/7. My question is, what if there is no Krishna? All their time and energy will go waste, right? Yeah. They are losing the fun of life, which the rest of the world is enjoying. Am I not correct? In this case, don't their devotees miss the fun of life which we enjoy?
Mr. Gauranatraj Das, as the chairman of temple, how can you defend yourself? Mr. Gauranatraj Das?
You're on mute.
Sorry, my lord, I was on mute.
Thank you, Bhakta Sumed.
Mr. Public Prosecutor, let's say your argument is correct. Assume that there is no Krishna. Let me ask a few questions. do you enjoy your life, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, I enjoy fully.
How do you enjoy, Mr. Prosecutor?
I enjoy with my family, friends, pubs, restaurants, drinks, movies, golf, and so on and so forth.
Right. Prosecutor, Mr. Prosecutor, we also enjoy. If you see our life here on this Zoom call, there are a number of devotees gathered and enjoying thoroughly. And we chant, we dance, we feast, we socialize. We celebrate number of festivals, and devotees thoroughly enjoy prasadam. So if you see, we too enjoy, not just you, but we too enjoy. In fact, if you see our enjoyment, it is much better compared to your enjoyment. Although you think there is enjoyment from your side, but just by following these nice principles, we take bath on a regular basis, we keep clean ourselves, we keep clean the whole house and also temple clean. And we eat sanctified food. We cook vegetarian meal and freshly cooked. We don't use any rotten food or anything like that. And that way we are actually having better enjoyment than you, even if you think there is no Krishna. What do you think? What do you say, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you agree?
Yeah.
Yes. And what if Krishna is there? Even for argument's sake, if you think there is no Krishna, we're still leading a better life. Better life. In every respect, all the habits are regulated. I mean, trying to be good. We try to help society. So even if you think there is no Krishna, still we are leading a better life. But what if Krishna is there? And actually, according to Gita, according to all of the scriptures, Krishna is there. So that's why if you don't practice this Krishna consciousness, you will be the biggest loser. Those are my points, my lord. If there is any counter-argument by the prosecutor.
Mr. Public Prosecutor, do you have any answer for this? Just silence. Mr. Gauranatraj Das, you may proceed.
That's it, my Raj, my lord. That's the argument, end of the argument.
Good. So whatever I want to say, ISKCON's lawyer already mentioned. All cases against ISKCON, Bhagavad Gita, and Hare Krishna Maha Mantra are proved as false. My dear friends, please chant Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, study Bhagavad Gita, and associate with these wonderful devotees. You will reach the eternal destination. The court is now adjourned.
Haribol!
Haribol!
Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki
Jai!
ki
Jai!
Hare Krishna Mahamantra ki
Jai!
Hanuman Sister devotees ki
Jai!
That was something put together by our Radha Vinod Prabhu within a short notice. So let us appreciate him. I know, so it's not a drama, but Prabhuji had put full effort and tried to put forward some nice arguments and engaged everyone. So thank you very much, Radha Vinod Prabhu and his team. Appreciate it. Now we request Ananda Rupa Prabhu and his family to lead Kirtan until 11:30. And After that, Radha Mohan Prabhu and his family will lead Kirtan, but now I request Anand Rupa Prabhu and his family to lead the Kirtan. Hare Krishna.
Now you can say.
Hare Krishna. Haribo, Happy New Year.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Family together.
Krishna Krishna Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Guruvari Pachamari Nirvishesha Vasudevani Vastatani Jatari Namaste Saraswati Devi Hare
That was simply wonderful. Amazing. Amazing. Very sweet, ecstatic Kirtan. Prabhu, so tonight, Lordships Radha Madan Mohan wants you to continue Kirtan until midnight, it seems. Where is Radha Mohan Prabhu? So Radha Mohan Prabhu is going to give darshan of their lordships, their family deities, Radha Madan Mohan ji, and he may say a few words. And after that, probably you can continue until midnight, if that is okay. It is okay, Radha Mohan Prabhu, over to you.
Yeah, sure.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees, please accept my humble obeisances. So, Srila Prabhupada. Om Gyanantimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivashadi Gaur Bhakta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. So thank you very much Gonarash Prabhu for allowing me to speak for a few minutes. So dear friends and devotees, we are coming closer to saying goodbye to 2020 and welcoming 2021 into our lives. As per the Vedic, as per the English calendar, the date changes at midnight. So all over the world, in some places 2021 has already entered. Some place it is going to enter after some time. So we are going to there'll be a big change, if we perceive so, there'll be a big change, a whole year has passed and we'll be starting a new year. So we'll be starting a new year, and we have to see how we can make it a new year. Actually speaking, tomorrow morning will be same thing, sun will be rising from the east, and there'll be same house, same clothes, same schedule probably. Everything will be the same, but how can it be new? New year. So Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, time I am the destroyer. That everything in this world, it is destroyed by time. 364 or 65 days back, we said goodbye to 2019 and we welcome 2020. But within no time, so to say, the whole 2020 is gone, and now we are welcoming 2021. So time destroys everything. In this whole year of 2020, it has been a very eventful year for the whole world, for the pandemic, and then the economic situations around the world, the disruptions in the economy. So many things have happened in this 2020. So how as a devotee we understand this change of the time, the change of the year. So all over the world, many of the places, there is only common conversation is happening that we want to forget 2020. Let's this 2020 be finished as soon as possible. So in the 2021, we become fresh begins. So hopefully there'll be no COVID-19, no pandemic, and we'll have better time. So nobody expected this pandemic last year, and who knows what is in store in 2021. So how the devotee can perceive this? A devotee, devotee is a realist person. He is not pessimistic, he is not optimistic. He is a realistic person. That what is the reality? Reality is that every year, every month, every week, we are all getting old. Nobody is getting young. And when you say getting old, what is becoming old? This body is getting old. This human birth that Krishna has given us, it is such a rare opportunity. There are 8.4 million species of life, and out of them, human species is a very small percentage of that whole species. And in this human birth, we get the opportunity to finish this cycle of birth and death and go back home, back to Godhead. So this human birth is very, very precious. And it is a very rare birth. And more rare than the human birth is to have the association of a devotee, to come in touch with the devotees of Krishna and hear the message of Krishna and try to live a life according to the will of Krishna or according to how we please Krishna. So this last few minutes, few hours that we have spent together, it's the most precious thing that we have done. All over the world, if there be no pandemic, the New Year's time, it is the very gross, exhibition of sense gratification. People wants to drink alcohol, and go to the party and go to the beach and do so many, frivolous things they would do. But we as a devotee, how we spend last few hours together, we chanted Hare Krishna together. We remembered Krishna's pastime, and we had this wonderful, drama, that we had. Then we had some quiz, and now we're going to have some kirtan now. So, devotee, he is realistic. He says, what is the best we can do with my life, with the years that I have in this body. So, pandemic or no pandemic, the economy is perfectly right or economy is in shamble. Whether it is raining or it is a drought, is it heat or a cold, the devotee's goal is only one. How can I be more closer than Krishna than I am right now? That is devotee's only aspiration. So let's come together, and make this, resolution or the determination together that let's become a better devotee in 2021. To become a better devotee, it is not constrained by any limitation, whether pandemic or no pandemic, whether working from home or working from office, whether we are in India or in England or America or Australia, whether we are young or old. Nothing of this world can limit our progress to Krishna. So let's come together and make this resolution. Then let me become a better devotee than what I am right now. So that is the best way of welcoming 2021 into our life. Nothing can stop us to become a better devotee. Nothing. When I say nothing, means nothing. As we can see, last 9 months, we have been given. We don't have the facility to gather into the temple, but devotees are not being, devotees are not limited by that. We have these Zoom connections. Through the Zoom we are doing Friday and Sunday class. We did so many of our festivals online through these online meetings. We do many dramas and so many activities together. Devotees always try to go forward. How can I become more better devotee? How can I come more closer to Krishna? So Radha Vinod Prabhu and his wonderful team today, they tried the best they could do to present a drama. I've never seen such a constructive way of doing a drama. Drama means you need a stage, some sound system, some costume, and so many things it requires. But he so innovatively, he took us through into this, so-called, a court case, where he glorified, the Krishna conscious practice so wonderfully. So if we try our best to come closer to Krishna, then there is no limitations. So let's come together and make this, united. We can say, Krishna, I want to become better devotee. So those devotees who are not chanting Hare Krishna, let's decide, from tomorrow I will chant 2 rounds or I'll chant 4 rounds. So let's go a little further. Let's go further to Krishna. Because only chanting 4 rounds of Hare Krishna, make it 8 rounds. Those who are chanting 8 rounds, make it 16. Those who are already chanting 16 rounds, try to get the enough energy and resolution that you want to get initiated, after some time. And those who are initiated, try to make a new resolution, that I want to read Srila Prabhupada's book very scrutinizingly. I want to offer my service to Srila Prabhupada's mission, with more determination and with more energy than I've ever done. So when we want to progress in spiritual life, there is no limitations at all. There is nothing, no power in this world can stop us becoming a better devotee. So we are very coming closer to the midnight, and we will be very actually we are very fortunate that actually Anand Rup Prabhu and the family, they will be singing nice Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So while that Hare Krishna Mahamantra is going into our ears, let's pray to Krishna that Krishna, let me become a better devotee. And while Kirtan is going on, we'll be having a darshan of Shri Radha Madan Mohan. So Madan Mohan, his name itself is very attractive, the one who attracts even the Cupid. So let's pray to Krishna that Krishna, let me be attracted by you only and nothing else of this world. This world is full of imperfections, but Krishna is perfect. So if we are in touch with Krishna, who is all perfect, and Krishna's devotees, then our life will be perfect. So that's next 15 minutes or so we have till the midnight. Let's come together, let's take all our distractions, put it on the side. Hear the holy name very nicely. Through the ears, receive the holy name and put it in the heart, the holy name. And with a grateful heart, take the darshan of Madan Mohan, Shri Radha Madan Mohan, and pray to Madan Mohan that let me be always attracted by your beauty. Let me be always attracted by your holy name. And let me become a better devotee. And let Krishna, let me the recipient of your blessings and the strength to serve your devotees. So I thank you all very much. We'll start. I'll ask Anand Rup Prabhu to lead his family into Kirtan. And we'll be having a darshan of Shri Radha Madan Mohan. So while in the Kirtan, let's a very prayerful mood. But if you at all feel like dancing, then you please dance if you want to while hearing the Kirtan, as if you are in a temple or a Vrindavan or a Mayapur. And let's make our life perfect. And let's welcome 2021 with in a very wonderful Krishna conscious way into our life. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Bol.
So wonderful. Thanks, Radhamohan Prabhu. Now over to Anand Rup Prabhu's family. Waiting eagerly for sweet Kirtan.
Happy New Year.
Hare Krishna. That
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare
Krishna
Krishna.
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 Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Hare Rama.
Rama Rama.
Rama Rama.
Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
Jai.
Shri Radha Madan Mohan ji ki.
Jai.
Jai. Thank you so much, Anand Rupa Prabhu and family. That was simply wonderful. And I would like to thank all the devotees for kindly taking part in this wonderful occasion. And there are a number of devotees, they worked behind the scenes on behalf of ISKCON Manchester. We would like to thank very much. And also on behalf of ISKCON Manchester, we wish everyone a very happy Krishna conscious New Year. May Lord Shri Krishna and Srimati Radharani bless you with lots of devotee association and service to the Radha Madan Mohan ji. Hare Krishna. And so today is Friday now, and it's New Year. We will have class at 7:30 p.m. Hare Krishna. Hope to see you all. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hari Bol, everyone. Hari Bol.
Happy New Year to you all.
Hare Krishna.